Hey everybody. Remember back in April when we were playing Persona 3? Let's play more Persona 3. Gonna let you enjoy this opening. Hey Chansum, how you doing, buddy? This is the original Persona 3 opening, and I like this more than I like the FES opening. But the nice thing is, if you leave the game at the title screen, you start the game up, it does the FES opening, leave the game here at the title screen, and it'll cycle back and do the original opening. I like that. I like the original opening. Alright, so when we last left off in April, we had taken care of the first full moon. What did I call myself? Hey Mew, appreciate the look. Ninja. Excellent, that is good timing. Come join us as we immediately begin with grinding, it looks like. Sends me here on the grinding days. To be fair, with Persona, you're going to get grinding and you're going to get characters. It's one of the things that makes Persona incredibly friendly for new players. Because we look at something like Digital Devil Saga, and Digital Devil Saga is like, here's the story to open the game, and then here's 15 hours of uninterrupted dungeon crawling. But with Persona, no. We're in there. You do your grinding, then we leave for the night, and the next day we go back to school. And it's cool stuff. What do I have at the minute? You need to learn Rakunda, Sukunda, and then you're done. Repatra, and quite a bit. Alright. Everybody's at full health, nobody is left. Let's go do some grinding. Not that way. Oh god, if there's one thing I'll complain about with Persona 3, it's the inability to say no to romance. Persona 3 has the potential for the social links to reverse or break. And it's like, oh great, I guess I'll have to wait until after Valentine's Day to start romancing anybody. Fun fact, it's currently May. So I remember last time we did this, I said I was going to try and get the mod that lets you actually control your party. I was looking into that earlier today and I didn't end up putting it on. So we're playing this as God intended, with me shouting at my party members. The return of mass destruction.
The enemy is distressed.
Ba-da-da-da-do. Ba-do-da-da-da-do.
Help me!
So yeah, in case anybody forgot, in Persona 3 you do not control your party members.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Ready at him!
That's not so bad in the early game. 20 hours in, it will be a problem.
That was easy!
You know, if you hold on to that, Bane will probably throw that down as a quote. You know, let me see. How do I add quote? Okay, that didn't work. Let me try again. This is why Bane does this. Quote ad. Alright, thanks, Jansen. There we go. Thanks, Jansen. This is why Bane does it, because I always forget how to do it. Well, you were too late, Ninja. Yeah, in case you're worried about this being entirely grinding, Persona 3 also has limitations on just how much you can grind. Okay, what? Okay, you have Garu. So, we had the new raid alert yesterday that I showed off, which is the first summoning of the persona, of the main character's persona, Orpheus. God damn it, Yukari. The first summoning of the main character's persona, Orpheus, from the movie. Ooh, Aramitama. And I'll admit, I was mildly worried at some point that somebody will raid us, not understand what that is, and will just think that my raid alert is some kid, some high schooler shooting themselves in the head. I think these guys are weak to Bufu. Nice. Persona 3 is so good. Persona 3 does not get enough traction these days.
There's only one left.
All right, good job.
It's like Persona 5 is pretty big because it was released not long ago, and then Persona 5 Royal happened. And ooh, that's interesting. Persona 4 Golden got a PC release recently, so Persona 3 is just here without much love. So the skull over that card means we get that card with Summoning Death. So it seems like you were right, Chansum. Death would like to join the call. Fortunately, the stairs are right behind me. Alright, let's get out of here. That's not death. Don't worry, Chansum, it was a calculated risk and I knew exactly what I was doing. Alright, let's go. Come on, Ninja, I always know what I'm doing. Lock 2. Electric Boogaloo. This one's different. And what that means is we're going to have new enemies. This is where we're gonna get. This is the section we get introduced to the Hulk Hogan shadows, isn't it?
3 enemies present. Don't get careless.
Well, it ain't ice.
This thing won't give up.
Just 2 more to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Persona 3 didn't cause more controversy when it came out. Since the entire thing revolves around the main characters shooting themselves in the head.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Is it a good idea or a bad idea? Bad idea. Alright. I think it's more because a lot of people didn't know this game happened. Like, Persona's pretty popular now, but that's after years of word of mouth.
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
Like, Persona 5 sold more in, I think, the first 3 months than Persona 4 did in its entire lifetime. And that's including Golden. God, I forgot I can't just heal them. See, this is something that I definitely appreciate about Persona 4 onwards, and most definitely about Persona 3 Portable. Dealing with your party is so much simpler. Like, you want to talk quality of life changes in anything, Persona 3 or Persona 3 FES into Persona 3 Portable. It's like, visually, this is the best version. Gameplay-wise, the PSP version, undeniably. A mature version of Pokemon, fucking hell. To be fair, I could see... I think I've compared standard Shin Megami Tensei to Pokemon at times, because it's the most mainstream thing you can think of. You know what? I'm gonna throw ice at you. Okay, not ice. It's been so long since I saw a critical in this game, I forgot what a critical looked like.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
But yeah, like... with Atlas releasing Persona 4 Golden on PC, I'm just sat here like, it's great. Could you maybe redo Persona 3 and give it all the quality of life features that P3 Portable had? Because if you would, then that is easily the single best version of one of my favourite games in the series. I've been waiting for this. Which one's the map button? Is there a map button in this game, or is that the PSP version? Like, seriously, the quality of life improvements in Persona 3 Portable are so much that if it wasn't for the fact that I'm streaming this, and I want you guys to have a good visual experience, I'd be doing the PSP version, because it just plays so much better. Yeah, let's set them on fire, see if that works. The good news, Chansum, is you can pick it up digitally. Like, if you've got something to play it on, you can pick it up digitally.
It's still alive.
I don't think PSP sales happen that much anymore, but you do have the option of playing it if you just after playing it. I wish they'd stop using physical attacks.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Yeah, I busted my Vita out again yesterday, like for the first time in months.
Only one left.
It's such a good system. You know, I should probably start analysing these enemies. The only way the AI is going to figure out what to do.
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
My turn.
That was like the worst time to get a critical.
We did it.
Alright, Yukari, you've barely used any SP. Heal everybody. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, scan the one on the left, and we'll attack the one on the right.
Analyze the enemy. Only
With the
one
AI being the ones who
enemy's weakness is ice. Use it often.
with the AI controlling themselves rather than you, even if you know what an enemy's weak to, you want to still analyze enemies, because otherwise the weaknesses and the strengths won't be taken into account when they attack.
Last one.
Which can be frustrating.
Couldn't defeat it.
What the hell?
Good work, Junpei.
A complete victory. Great job.
Floor shadow. I did like that they brought the shuffle time back in Persona 4 Golden. That was neat. Make no mistake though, Persona 3, while easier than mainline Mega 10, and easier than
3 enemies present. Don't get careless.
Digital Devil Saga, it's still gonna kill you.
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
It's not quite as bullshit. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's not as bullshit.
Good to go.
2 left.
My turn. Still alive.
Hama skills would be ideal.
Cool, I don't have Expel. Why would I have Expel at this point?
I can do it.
It's all in the mask. Like, you put some fake arms on it, you could do the first shadow of the game. Okay, so don't use fire.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless. Yes, excellent.
That's the last one.
I don't appreciate you guys using HP for attacks that keep missing.
Still alive.
I can do it.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty neat idea.
Keep up the good work.
Ooh, new persona. Right, that's what the silhouette means. That persona's too high a level. Alright. Swear to fucking god, if I could have got it at this level now, I'm gonna be unhappy. Level up. Alright, so we got 16 days. I want to hit the next barrier before then. Just turn that up. Nah, but Miss Zero, I don't want to go to the next floor. I want to go home. I want to go home and go to bed. Dark hours boring. Player advantage.
4 enemies. Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
God damn it.
Help me!
Whoa, nice!
Okay, so it's weak to wind.
Takuba has defeated an enemy.
That one just won't
You see, there's the problem with letting the AI do their own thing. Because once Yukari hit the first enemy and it was like, oh, it's weak to wind, the smart thing would have been to hit every other enemy with wind. Because that would have knocked them all down and would have led to an all-out attack.
Stay sharp. 2 to go.
couldn't finish it off.
I can do it. Here's our chance for an
There we go.
That was a close one.
It's like the AI is admittedly pretty good, but it's never gonna match you. Ooh, double up. Double up. Alright, let's give it a go. These are all worthless to me. Blank card means I lose the experience. I have those personas. It's Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in with an anybody wasting around thing in your face, you get sprung.
My skill level has increased.
Wanna take you home and double up. Ooh, dangerous shadow.
2 powerful enemies have
Oh,
been
here are the Hulk Hogan shadows. You might have thought I was joking when I said that. I hate fighting these things because they never have a weakness.
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
And they hit pretty hard.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
Electricity. Okay, so the later ones don't have a weakness. Or at least one of the later ones. Electricity. Akihiko mains electricity. They're straight up Hulk Hogan's, look at him. The mustache, the big physique, the stance, and the fact that he's balding but with long hair.
Amazing, Senpai!
Alright, good work, Akihiko. Against these guys, an all-out attack isn't as effective as you want it to be, but it's still better than throwing another Zeo at them. Do I have anything that can do Zeo? No. Okay, so they weren't strong against fire, were they? No. Alright.
Enemies remain. Don't get careless. Look out!
Seriously, look at that. That's brutal. I'm sorry, Yukari. Can you not cast Dia at the minute?
This isn't good. Your health.
Yeah, this is actually really worrying, because if the main character dies, that's game over.
Keep it up.
I'm glad they dropped that in Persona 4 Golden.
I've been waiting for this.
Okay, take you out. I have 2 Personas with Agi, I don't have any with Zeo.
Talkabout is in danger.
Last
Ugh.
one.
I'm sorry. I can't take anymore. Can I pull out?
No, heal yourself.
Can you help me out here?
What's wrong with your Persona? Stop using items. Guys, if you pull out, you don't get any of the experience.
I've been waiting for this.
I really like Persona 3, but the AI is so infuriating.
We did it.
Thankfully, pretty much every problem was fixed with Persona 3 Portable, and the PSP is easier to emulate than the PS2 is. You can probably emulate PSP on your phone. Yeah, I've seen it. I was at one point gonna see about installing it. The issue is how complicated it is to do on an actual PS2. Welcome to the stream, Suki Raisha. And while dealing with the AI is definitely a bonus, Persona 3 Portable still has advantages over that. Yes, actual PS2. That's why the screen's a little blurrier. If I was playing on emulator, it'd be really sharp and clean. But you can't get that visual quality off an actual PS2, unfortunately. Oh, there was a shadow there.
A surprise attack. The enemy is strong.
I'm gonna blame this on Junpei. Actual hardware for PS2, I don't have the hardware to emulate it. And even if I did, emulation is not as flawless as playing off actual hardware. Nice.
I've been waiting for this.
So video quality is somewhat lower, but it plays better. Or it's guaranteed to play better, if you understand what I mean. Oh, it's weak to wind as well, nice, yeah.
Here's our chance for all-out attack.
That's the thing, like, you can get this on PS3 via PSN, and that's still not a very good way to play it. It was Alp, wasn't it? Alp, yeah.
One enemy remains.
So I put a bunch of time and effort into video quality options for my PS2, my Dreamcast, and my Nintendo 64. And as a result, with all three of those, I play off the actual hardware. Ah, crap. You could revive a Junpei, you dick. Alright, Akiko is also a dick.
I couldn't finish it off.
I need to buy some revival beads. Also, Akihiko, why didn't you hit it with Zio? You know it's weak to lightning.
We did it.
Yeah. With other stuff like PS3, with PS1, I'll do it off PS3 because it works. It's fine, and you get a really good video quality off. Oh, she's out of SP. I'm almost out of SP. Probably call it on the next floor then for today. No. Turn the camera. There it is. I'm like, which button recenters the camera in this game?
3 enemies. Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
So yeah, PS1 I'll play on PS3 because you get good video quality and it plays great.
The enemy is
Generally anything older than that at this point I'll emulate just for the video quality.
Let's go.
Akihiko has defeated an enemy.
And everything after that I have the hardware for. It wasn't easy and it cost money over time. But these are the results. Playing Persona 3 FES off hardware. I had an idea of another game we could put on the follower goal and I can't remember what it is now. And I debated making Quest 64 a point reward, and then I thought, wait, no, I don't want to play Quest 64 all the way through. The game's boring. What were you weak against? It was wind. Wind and electricity.
Yes.
Alright.
The enemy is vulnerable. Attack.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah. There is also just something about playing off actual hardware that's always really satisfying.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
It's not strong against strike. Interesting.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's always something that's really nice about playing off actual hardware.
I've been waiting for this.
Or maybe it's just a relevant controller. As I was looking into a little while back whether or not the controllers from the PlayStation Mini will work on PS3. It's like, you know what? Those are good controllers. The PS1 Mini itself isn't particularly great, but the controllers are really good.
I've been waiting for this.
It's like, yeah, they will. It's like, you know what? We do some more PS1 games, I think I'll use one of those controllers. As long as the game we're doing doesn't support analog.
Don't overdo it.
Out heal Junpei hit the enemy.
This thing won't give up. One enemy remains. The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going.
See, if you hit the enemy, we could be. This would be done by now, Akihiko. Alright, let's get out of here. The good news is, though, with us being on block 2, we'll start getting a decent amount of experience per fight. Because the first block gives you such bad experience. Isn't one of these a map button? Am I really just thinking of the PSP version again? Okay, somewhere over here we didn't explore. And then, where's the access point? It's a dead end. Is there not an access point on this floor? Maybe you should train on a lower floor. Stairs. Okay. Oh boy.
3 enemies Roger. I'll attempt to
I don't know what these will be weak to. It ain't wind.
Here.
Maybe I should have left this file. It's ice. Alright. I didn't say you could heal yourself, Junpei. I want you to die.
Don't overdo it.
Alright, we got the information. Let's go. Need to find that access point so we can escape. It's just treasure. That's a shadow chasing me. Okay, he's not chasing me. Grab the treasure. This poison, I'm going to use it on somebody I actually care about.
Be careful. There are 4.
These guys were all Garu, weren't they?
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going. Get him.
Okay, we do have the information on them.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
All right, good job.
So the difference between this and Digital Devil Saga is, while in Digital Devil Saga, we aim to hit weaknesses or get criticals so that we get extra turns. In this, you get an extra turn for hitting a weakness or a critical, and you get that's 1 extra turn for that character. If you hit another enemy's weakness or get a critical on another enemy, then you get another turn. But if you hit the same enemy again with a weakness, doesn't count. But the goal is to knock down every enemy in the stage, and then you can do an all-out attack, which is everybody attacks every enemy. It costs you nothing to do, and is generally the goal in every fight. Money!
Yes! My skill level has increased.
Oh, Junpei's dying outside of battle. There it is. Oh. No, he's right there.
2 enemies detected.
What are these guys weak to?
Can you use Zeo skills?
I don't have
Be
Zeo.
careful. Iori is severely injured.
Don't, who has the highest strength? 3, 2, 4, 4, 6. Nice.
Just one more.
Nice.
That was a close one.
Good times. Let's get out of here. And the good news is, nobody's currently tired. Which means we'll be able to do more grinding tomorrow. It's good stuff. In the meantime, I should really try and sort out some fusions. Oh, finally, the compendium is available. Okay, do the compendium. You register everything. Yes, I would. Any good requests? 514. Oh, we're already past that. 26. Yeah, alright, we'll take that one. I have one of these. First, oh, I've got to defeat the Wealth Hand. Oh, that was a bad idea. Ah, it cost me money. Margaret would never charge me like this. I don't remember if Margaret actually charges you. Orneus. I lose Dia for doing that though. Dia and Agi. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Ooh, Lily. I lose Garrow though if I fuse out. Okay, I need something better. Oh hey, it's the first boss of Nocturne. And this is what the social links are about. The higher the level of a social link that corresponds with an arcana, the more bonus experience you get when you fuse a persona of that arcana. Sophonia's just leveled up twice. Because we're at rank 3 with the Emperor social link. Jack Frost. I'd love to, but it ain't worth it right now. Alright, let's go. I look forward to when we have more than 4 characters. What do you mean there's no school? Alright, well, I'm going out then. I want to go visit the police station. Hey Amanda, how you doing? Well, nobody's here. Hmm. To the mall! The mall with a police station. You know, looking at how far we've walked after getting off the train, it would have probably been quicker to just walk across the other bridge. Hmm. I need your best weapons. Okay, your weapons are all worthless to me. Yep, you buy them off police. Okay, it's a good thing I have a bunch of these. That reminds me, I want to stop off at the item shop. I need some stuff. Excuse me, police officer, I need guns. I need all the guns you have. What? No, I'm not planning a domestic dispute. Okay, medicine. How many of these do I have? 3. Put up to 7, so we have 10. We don't have a cat. Definitely want some revival beads, but I can only afford 3. Well. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if that was actually deliberate in Persona 4. As a response to the police selling you weapons in Persona 3. Let's go to Iwatodai. To the bookshop. How dare they be closed on a Sunday? Now what am I going to do with my time? The only references I can think of off the top of my head are the Persona 2 references. That one social link on the computer, the MMO social link. Which, if I recall rightly, in Japan was actually a Megami Tensei reference. Yeah, let's go watch a movie. This is gonna take all day. I don't have enough money. Stupid parents being dead and not giving me an allowance. Vending machines. To the vending machines. Why did I think there were vending machines here? Oh, there's a vending machine. Ah, that's not a DDS reference. These bikes look terrible. Yep, Fountain Dew. This came out in like 2007. Like, who drank Mountain Dew in 2007? I don't read books. What do you think I am, a square? I shouldn't have left the house. I should have left the weapons stuff until tomorrow. Game of Fuel. In 2007, though? Anybody here? Why is everywhere deserted? Can't go back home because it'll immediately be night time. I'm going to the cafe. I'm gonna stay here and drink 1 cup of coffee for 6 hours. I'm a regular here, I do this all the time, the staff hate me. Getting late, you were in there for 6 hours doing nothing but drinking 1 cup of coffee.
Sup, dude?
Shut the fuck up, Junpei. What's up, Akiko? Why don't you have this poison on hand? Sir? Everybody okay? Everybody's good? Nope. Okay. The fuck kind of casual wear is that? Club wear. He ain't going to the club. And look at Akiko over there and he's... I wouldn't even say that's tan, that's beige. Beige blazer jacket, beige pants, tan shoes. He's wearing gloves, red tie, red shirt. He's doing a bad Hitman cosplay and he doesn't realise that Hitman wears a standard suit. And then Mitsuru over here just looks like she's gonna go horse riding. We're gonna go meet at midnight. See, that's the thing, like, I'm not even complaining about Mitsuru's wear. It's the fact that it's the most suitable for anything. Like, she could go out in that and it'd be fine. Akihiko's probably overdressed. Like, really overdoing it. And then Yukari's just like... I hope she doesn't stand on a street corner anytime soon because people might get confused and think something that isn't right. We don't need the police looking at us any more than they already are. Dress responsibly, jeez. Ooh, treasure.
Good. The enemy is distressed.
There's a good point, she is the lovers. Oh god, the next full moon's at the Love Hotel, isn't it? Alright, everybody conserve SP because this... You know what, actually, you guys aren't going to get a turn. This is my fight. Did I use Alp? I did, damn it. I actually don't have Garu.
Use wind.
I'm gonna smack you in the face.
Help me. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Plenty at him. That was easy.
The Sword Miner Arcana cards are a nice idea, but they basically always end up being weapons below what you've currently got. Which means whenever you get them, they're only really good for selling. Okay, so let's try and hit the next big floor now. You know what, I just realised something. We didn't have to leave. Because I'm there thinking, like... You know, if we were playing Persona 3 Portable, then the benefit to leaving and re-entering the tower is that you can go back to the floor you're on. And then I remember, wait, that was actually to compensate. They actually changed something to compensate that. Because in this version, when you leave the tower and go back to the lobby, that isn't helpful, Yukari.
That one just won't die.
When you leave the tower and go back to the lobby, everybody's fully healed. Which is why you can always keep going until people get tired. God damn it, Yukari.
Defeated an enemy. One more. Take the enemy down. Keep up the good work.
I completely forgot about that. It's very abusable.
I'm the man.
I don't care, Junpei, go die in a fire. Tell you, the minute we're done with the next full moon, you're leaving the party and you're never coming back.
Be careful.
Crap, I always forget what these guys are weak to.
Attempt to analyze the enemy.
It's probably going to be Zio and Garo, isn't it?
Let's go. Still alive.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
Yep, Zio and Garo. Okay, now hit the other one. Nope.
Defeated an enemy.
People are worthless and I despise you all. It's kind of a problem in Persona 4 and Persona 5 that you're probably gonna like really start to burn through your MP, the MP of your main character or the SP of your main character.
Just one more.
But that's a problem that's at its worst in Persona 3 because the companions will not carry the slack. Pick up the stack. They won't do it right. Oh, Angel. Welcomed Angel into my heart. Not God, just Angel.
There are 4
Well, I can't do anything.
How do you like the new beat?
Or can I? Does Angel have Garu in this game?
You're pretty good too, Takuba.
Takuba has defeated an enemy.
Couldn't finish it off.
2 remain.
Let's go. I couldn't finish it off.
You could have finished this all in the first turn, Yukari.
That one just won't die.
Now look at it, you're going to be using your SP to heal all of us.
We did it.
His HP has been somewhat replenished. Not enough though, Yukari. To be fair, with Yukari pretty much always using SP because her physical skills are low, it might be a better idea to have Akihiko heal us outside of battle, since he very rarely uses physical skills.
2 enemies. The enemy is weak.
Electricity. Let's see what Angel has. Angel does have Garu, nice.
How did it dodge that?
Why did you go to attack Akihiko? They're weak to electricity.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
There's still like 70 hours of this game left to go.
Take the enemy down. What a stunning victory.
I was complaining about it already, but there's still so much of it left to deal with. And did we explore everywhere? Let's just say we did. Any goodies? Well, I really didn't need this to happen.
The assault.
That's not good. Well, Yukari's gonna die. You were just electricity, right?
Seems to have multiple
And
weaknesses.
Hammer.
2 enemies remain.
Does Angel have Hammer at this point? No, she has Patra. Hmm.
Help me! We couldn't defeat it.
Don't overdo it.
Use your electricity to knock them down. I don't think I want to play Persona 3 anymore. You know what? When we get done here, I really need to sit down and make the effort to get that controllable part in mod working on actual hardware.
Defeat it.
because this is going to get so much worse.
Let's go.
It had been so long since I'd done Persona 3 FES, I'd forgotten. It's like, hey, replay Persona 3, sure. I'll replay Persona 3 Portable because it has the quality of life improvements and I can play it anywhere because it's on PSP. So I've not redone FES in years. And it's like, oh yeah, this is why.
Help me!
It's a shame because I love Persona 3. Persona 3 is awesome. Stop punching Yukari. Not Yukiko, Yukari. And he's going to heal himself instead of using electricity. You know, I don't think I've ever noticed that, Manda. I shouldn't be sarcastic. No, we were actually talking about that earlier. There is several variants of this enemy, and they all look like Hulk Hogan. Not entirely sure why.
This thing won't give up.
I mean, Hulk Hogan did wrestle in Japan for a while, but that was pre-WWF.
In danger.
I can't hold out much longer.
No,
You managed without
use
me.
your lightning
Don't
skills,
overdo
you
it.
tit.
Be aware that Akihiko is severely injured.
Yeah, I know he's got brain damage because he's not using the right attacks.
Yes, excellent attack. Just one more.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
Hang in there. Akiba is unconscious. Can you revive her?
Let's go.
Oh yeah, now you'll finally do it. Thanks, Akihiko. It only took Yukari dying for it to happen.
Waiting for this.
Which means our effectiveness with the all-out attack, which wasn't particularly high to begin with, is now worse. How expensive these revival beads are, Akihiko. I don't see you putting any money towards them.
Just won't die.
Akihiko's in danger.
Let's go.
Oh, great.
I can do it. This thing won't give up. One enemy remains.
Do I have anything for this? I want to use Mazio on one enemy. That's a good question, Chansum. That is a very good question.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
Akihiko
So now this one fight has burned through so much of our resources because Akihiko's a fucking idiot.
That was a close one.
And that's another revival bead wasted. Because Akihiko can't do what he's supposed to. I should leave you on the floor there, you dick. No, don't split up. I keep pressing square to go into the menu. I'm too used to Digital Devil Saga. I like healing so much, heal us all. Oh, I miss Persona 3 Portable. Now, what were these guys weak to?
Weak against light. How
Armor.
fitting.
Oh crap, I'm weak to fire? Alrighty then.
Don't overdo it.
Couldn't finish it
I
off.
can do it. This thing won't give up.
So let's talk about the controllable party members mod.
Look out.
It's not actually a modification to the ROM or the ISO or anything. What it is basically a cheat code. It's a cheat code that you can use if you have a Game Shark or an Action Replay.
Iori has defeated
Or
an
just
enemy.
any way of implementing cheats. Which means at the same time it's simpler than the usual stuff you deal with for getting these kinds of things. But at the same time also means there isn't just a file you can download and patch an ISO with.
I couldn't finish it off.
Alright, Clem, you're just missing the Junpei hate train, which is now also taking Akihiko aboard because he's a fucking idiot. Hope you're doing okay, buddy. Give me more money. Awesome. We've made it up 2 floors and we're almost exhausted. I blame this entire endeavour on Akihiko.
Be careful. There are
Alright.
enemies.
Let's have a fight that'll actually go well for once. I swear to God, if this misses any of them, I'm gonna be
Attack
unhappy.
again.
Get 'em.
4 enemies remain. Stay cautious. A wisely chosen attack.
Yeah, I have heard that. That both Mitsuru and Fuka do have lines about that.
Yes. The enemy
As
is
far as I'm aware, I think that's the only repercussion for it.
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going.
Repercussion?
Here's our
Repercussion.
chance. Let's get him. Get back here, you son of a...
Keep up the good work.
Now let's get that 2 experience. Nope. I can't see you going too badly. Shouldn't really be a big problem.
Be careful.
If only I had Magaru.
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going.
Now's our chance.
And now we're gonna watch as Yukari does not take the initiative.
3 to go. Help me.
Okay, now hit a different one with Garu. Nope.
Takuba has defeated an enemy.
Takuba has defeated an enemy. Let's give her a round of applause. Completely missing the fact that Takuba could have defeated all the enemies. Hey all of you, and I hope you all die at the end of this game.
Attack again.
Now's our
2
chance.
enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Yeah, that actually brings up a point at the end of this game. We are not going to do the answer, because the answer is honestly just really tedious.
You
You're in the
even
final
stronger.
battle as a warning. Do you know if there's any actual repercussions for it? Yeah, the answer is extremely tedious. Because it's... like, Persona works. Persona 3, 4, and 5 work as the balance of the social simulation with the dungeon crawling. And the answer is just the dungeon crawling for 40 hours.
An assault by 2 enemies. Stand strong.
So, yeah. You know what, I'll deal with that.
Enemy's
I
weakness is
don't care.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless.
I've not heard anything about them doing that when you put the controllable party members mod in. It's possible they're looking for stuff like experience boosting or money boosting. Like the game may have a check for how much experience you should get from every encounter. And if it doesn't add up, then they're like, you're cheating. There's been various examples of that stuff, using more than one persona per turn. Yeah, that's cheating. I don't need to do that. Like, you see some stuff like that where a game will reprimand you for cheating. It's not that common though. It's usually, if there's anything like that, it's for pirating. The main thing I can remember it for is with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. If you've cheated to make your stats higher than they should be at the start of the game, the tutorial character Smiling Jack will call you out on it. But the fun thing is if you play as a Malkavian vampire, you can make this brilliant excuse that you'll accept. He won't stop you playing the game regardless, but you can make this brilliant excuse that he's totally in character with Malkavian. Because the Malkavians are like the insane vampires.
Alright, good job.
But with the insanity also suggests a level of hyper-awareness.
You exploited the enemy's weakness.
I've been waiting for this.
It's pretty good. But the most common stuff I see like that is usually with anti-piracy stuff. Like Spyro Year of the Dragon has warnings about anti-piracy stuff in the game. Like, you get to the end of the first hub world where the balloon is. And the fairy there, if you're playing a copied game, will say, like, we don't think this is a real copy of the game, Spyro. So the game may be a little weird for you. And I don't think anything else happens for the rest of the game. But you get to the final boss, and I think you get to a point where you're about to do the final hit. You're either about to do the final hit or when you do the final hit. And at that point, it goes into a loading screen and takes you back to the start of the game with all your progress erased.
The enemy's weakness is ice. Use it up. You attacked the enemy's weak point.
Get him!
Yep.
A wisely chosen attack.
I've heard Earthbound has a bunch of pretty nasty anti-piracy measures as well, but I've never looked into them.
Yes, excellent attack.
Here's our chance. Let's get him! Get back here, you son of a...
Some of the anti-piracy stuff got pretty interesting a little while back.
You have the potential to grow even
Get the money. did you enjoy this long demo? You know, speaking of that, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time on DS.
My
If you were playing a
skill
pirated copy, there was an invisible timer on it. And after a certain amount of time had been reached, the game would bring up a thank you for playing screen and would take you back to the main menu.
One enemy detected. The enemy's weakness. A wisely chosen attack. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Plenty at 'em.
I wonder if emulators ever figured out how to get past that.
What a stunning victory.
I imagine somebody's wanted to play that game on stream or something. Well, to be fair, if you want to, you can play the Wii version, which is the exact same game. Yeah, game preservation is something that companies just don't seem to have any interest in, sadly. Or at least didn't for a long time.
The enemy is weak against.
This is it. Just 2 more to go.
Ah.
Way to go, senpai!
Good job, Akihiko. Only one left.
Keep it up!
We did it.
Yeah, like for a long time, companies just didn't care. Even now, a company is only interested in keeping their games playable in any fashion, if it means they can still get money from them. Which is really sad.
2 enemies detected. Roger.
Because we end up at the point where you've got stuff like Nintendo despises the idea of people playing their games on anything other than the current gen systems.
I couldn't finish it off.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
3DS Virtual Console, I think, is somewhat more reasonable to have not done on the Wii U, because the 3DS was a current system. They should have done more with the DS Virtual Console.
Only one more.
That's the last.
See, there's the thing, like, the Switch not having Virtual Console and instead having the Switch Online stuff is really frustrating. Especially since you've got the problem of... It's like, okay, people are paying for a service, and this is ostensibly supposed to be a bonus feature. It's like, oh yeah, no, you've got NES and Super Nintendo games on there. And Nintendo can just turn around and say, that's enough now. You've got enough. You don't need more no, you don't need more NES games, you don't need more SNES games. They can turn around and say, that's enough. As opposed to the Virtual Console, which was always expanding, because it was specifically buy what you're after.
2 enemies detected.
I hate the Switch Online for several reasons. I'd rather have the option to just buy some of the stuff that I'm interested in. When it comes down to it, it's a case of, oh, look at all these... Because Nintendo sells it like, sign up for Switch Online and you'll gain access to 70 plus NES and SNES games. It's like, cool. I've been through the entire list, there's maybe 5 I'll actually play. I'd rather buy them. Oh wait, I did buy them on other systems.
One more.
That's the last one.
Damn, couldn't finish it off.
Yes!
Let's go.
Nice. Like, the whole thing, like... with how Nintendo is about stuff like emulation and stuff. Yeah, I want the experience. With how Nintendo is about emulation, it wouldn't surprise. Like, they just outright say it's illegal. They don't want you to emulate their games in any fashion, even if you already own them. As far as they're concerned, you're only allowed to play them through methods that they personally approve of, which is methods that get them money. Which, okay, fine, whatever. Companies gotta make money.
The enemy's weakness.
Understandable. But I honestly believe that if Nintendo could get away with it, they would just outright declare it illegal to play their games on their old systems.
Yes, the enemy is vulnerable.
I honestly do believe that of Nintendo. Like, the biggest problem with the Switch Online thing as well is, like, the Switch came out, and for a year and a half, online was free. And Nintendo said from the beginning, at some point we're gonna put a subscription service on this. It's not gonna cost as much as PSN, as PlayStation Plus or Xbox Gold, but we are gonna put a subscription service on this. And it's like, Nintendo. So for a year and a half, you could do stuff like play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe free. You had the game, you could play it online for free.
Alright, good job.
Ah, shit.
Help me.
And then the Switch Online stuff came out, and it was a case of
Only one more.
Nintendo now has to convince us why we should pay for a service that was previously free.
I couldn't finish it off.
And that's what the Switch Online stuff is, that's what the NES and Super Nintendo stuff is. It's a bargaining chip to make it so that we don't revolt against this idea of paying for something that was previously free. And it wouldn't necessarily be so bad if the quality of the online service had increased after we started paying for it.
Whoa, nice!
Takuba has defeated an enemy.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Switch Online launched just before Smash Ultimate. Smash Ultimate was going to be a big hit. Everybody knew it would be a big hit. And people would want to play online. And so, I think maybe a little under a month before Smash Ultimate comes out, Nintendo finally launches Switch Online. And it's like, oh yeah, no, here's a bunch of NES games as well. Okay. Here's the fun thing, Nintendo, I don't give a shit about the NES games anymore, because I've had plenty of chance to play them on various other systems. And also, you don't even have the ones that I want. There's no Mega Man on there. There's no Castlevania on there. I don't want to play the original Zelda again. And so, at that point, it's like, that isn't justifying the cost.
Couldn't finish it off.
Maybe the quality of the online will. Maybe it'll improve to justify the cost. So, we start paying for it just before Smash Ultimate comes out. Then Smash Ultimate comes out. And the online is absolute shit. And it always has been. It's not gotten better. Smash Ultimate has been out for like over a year and a half now. 2 years in November, I think. And it's still trash. So what are we paying the extra money for? Because I want to be paying a subscription fee for a bunch of Super Nintendo and NES games. It's depressing and it's really frustrating, because again, it's not as though the popularity of Smash Ultimate was a surprise. Like, they knew exactly how well Smash was going to do. They knew it'd be a big thing. And they're still making money off Smash Ultimate with the second season pass. So they know there are still people playing it enough to buy more for it. But in particular, the fact that Switch Online launched just before Ultimate came out, I don't think is a coincidence. I think it was deliberately planned, which wouldn't necessarily even be such a bad thing if the online for that was any good. But we're paying for a trash service. How far away are they, Mitsuru? It's like the quality of the Wii U Virtual Con. Here's like the worst thing. It was free up until like a year and a half in. It's not a case of, oh, it took us a little while to flip the Switch. It was no, they announced with the Switch Cup when the Switch came out, possibly before that, we're going to start charging for this at some point, and had a year and a half to make that worth paying for. And then didn't make it worth paying for. Hell, the state of Smash Ultimate's online is bad enough that you'd complain about it even if it was free. You couldn't use the idea of it being free as an excuse. But then it isn't free. Like, the Virtual Console is awkward because the Virtual Console was at its best on the Wii. The Wii had more Virtual Console stuff than any system after it. More than the Wii U, more than the 3DS. In both Nintendo's games and in third-party stuff. There was just more on the Wii. And so it's been a downhill slump since then. Tell me how far away they are, Mr. I'm running past everything here to try and get to this floor so we can come back to it. Alright, it's this floor. Alright, so now we can just jump back to this floor whenever we want. That's good. Of course, the issue now is that my character is tired, so while we get the full refill on health and SP, not worth going back up. Like, as far as old stuff goes, like, really do wish that just more companies would make stuff more available. Backwards compatibility is the big must for that. But unfortunately, it's never going to be enough. Look at licensed games. I quite like the Bond games, a lot of the Bond games. None of them are ever going to be re-released. So what does that mean? It means that I have to have a GameCube ready with the discs if I want to play Agent of Fire, Nightfire, or Everything or Nothing. My Nintendo 64 is there so I can play GoldenEye and The World Is Not Enough. they might re-release some of these things very occasionally. It's like in the PS3 era, we had like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 got re-released, the Simpsons arcade game got re-released, the X-Men arcade game got re-released. They were only up for a short time. They're all gone now, you can't buy them now. Because the licensing deals end. Activision put a remastered bundle of Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Ultimate Alliance 2 on PS4. You can't buy them now, they took them off the store. Because the licensing deal ran out. Pretty much. I mean, look at Atlus. Atlus making Persona 4 Golden available on PC is the single smartest idea they could do with any of this stuff. You can throw it on PS4, you can throw it on Switch, you can throw it on Xbox One. Cool. Sooner or later though, these consoles will be out. Pretty much, just so I can play them on one system. In my setup at the minute, I have like 10 systems, so I can play the games that I want to play, because there just isn't an option. It does, it opens Persona 3 and 5 up for PC, and what's the big advantage PC has over console? It doesn't stop, it's constant. So in 10 years, Persona 3, Persona 5 come out on PC. You've got Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5 on PC. And compatibility might be an issue, but you can put a little bit of work into them more likely than not. And then still be able to play them on this one system in 10 years. This game came out in 2000 and I think 2007. We're here 13 years later and I'm playing on a, at this point, 19-year-old system to actually play it. Welcome to the stream, Blap Blap. You're not wrong, you are not wrong. Although, to be fair, these days, you can still do that with a phone. It's not as comfortable, I'll admit, and searching guides up on phones is never as convenient as just using a computer for it, but you can just use a phone or a tablet. Yeah, original was 2006, FES was 7, and then Persona 4 I think was 08. Alright, let's go play sports. And it's the single biggest problem with all of this stuff. Is like Suki earlier talking about like, people playing this on emulation. Emulation is the simplest way to play this. It's not perfect, but it's the simplest way because it doesn't involve having a PS2. PS2s are old. This system's like 19 years old now. They're gonna stop working at some point. And then what? Sony doesn't support them anymore.
Where have you been?
The suit's not here. There's a battery on the GameCube clock? Battery on my Dreamcast has been dead since I bought it. So, like, I turn the plug off on my Dreamcast and unplug it. Every time I turn it back on to play it, I have to reset the clock. It's not necessarily a big deal, honestly. So, I'm okay with that. But again, it highlights the problem with these older systems, especially disc-based media. Like, you want to play stuff off the actual hardware these days, and I've said this for a while, the best idea is to find some way to play it on something that isn't a disc. Because the first thing to go in a disc-based system is always the disc drive. Whether it be the motor, the laser, something in the disc drive is going to go before everything else. And so it's like, okay, you want to try and keep these systems going for as long as possible. That's fair enough. At least the Wii's backwards compatible with the GameCube, and again, the Wii U is backwards compatible with the Wii. But it's like with all these systems, your best bet with a lot of them is finding a way to play these games off some kind of solid state media. Or a hard drive. Like, if you look into it, there are ways to play PS2 games from a hard drive, from a USB drive. There are ways to play GameCube games off memory card. There are ways to play Dreamcast games off memory card. You've been able to play original Xbox games off hard drive for years. And that cuts down the problem with the disk drive issue. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than pretty much anything else you've got. Especially if you want to keep playing these games. Yeah, let's hang out with sports team. It's like, we talk about the problems with backwards compatibility, and largely the problem is that it isn't going to cover everything. Xbox One's one of the best examples. It covers a lot of stuff, and I'm happy with a lot of stuff that it covers. The last update they put for Xbox One backwards compatibility, including Unreal Championship 2 and Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Great, those are two of my favourite original Xbox games. There's still some that aren't supported that I'd really like. Tenchu Return from Darkness isn't. Neither of the two Otogi games are. Mech Assault 2 isn't. Mech Assault 2 Phantom War is great. Not supported. Which is particularly weird because that's something Microsoft owns. And so you have the problem with backwards compatibility. With the way it is now, with it all being software based and each game having to be worked on individually, it's never going to cover everything. And it's a shame. And the worst part about that, when we go back to Nintendo, like rework our way back to Nintendo. The fact that they don't even offer their entire library as options is stupid. It's like, oh, well, one of the more recent updates for the Switch Online on Super Nintendo side is we've put Star Fox 2 on there, which was previously exclusive to the Super Nintendo Mini. Cool. Where's Super Mario RPG, Nintendo? I get you've got to work that out with Square, but still, where's Super Mario and RPG? The first Donkey Kong Country only just got added. Why just the first? Why did it take so long? Thank you, Mitsuru. That's the thing, like, we talk about the stuff that's on Wii and Wii U, but not Switch. You got stuff like Mega Man. My assumption with this whole thing is that chances are the Mega Man collections would not have been released on Switch if there was a virtual console option. Capcom would have probably released them individually. But with it being a subscription option, like, who knows what the cut is that a company gets from Nintendo for the Switch Online service. Where the fuck is Junpei? Right. That's a night wasted thanks to Junpei. He told me anything. No, Junpei's fine. I checked. Everybody's healthy. He's just not there. Okay. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Isn't the student council on Wednesdays? Yes. Alright. But yeah, playing older games is just such a problem these days, and it shouldn't be. Because companies just don't care about preserving this stuff. And the weirdest part is companies don't care about putting a little bit of effort in to make these games available on modern systems to make more money. Like, Atlas puts this out on PS4. They wouldn't even actually have to do any work. Persona 5 is a big hit, and as a result of that, you'll have people wanting to play Persona 3 and Persona 4. There's the PS2 Classic system on PS4. So why has Atlas not put these out? You've got the Nocturne remaster coming out next year for PS4 and Switch. Why not put some of the other PS2 SMT games on PS4? Why aren't these companies doing this stuff? And when it comes down to it, playing these older games is such a problem for a lot of the time, no real reason. How long have we been ranting about this for? We've been ranting about this for a while. I'm pretty passionate about it. I'd love to be able to play this stuff on as few systems as possible, but you just can't. It's why stuff like the Retron 5 was such a good dream. It came out and it was a problem. It was a problematic piece of hardware anyway. But it's why that idea is so good. Yeah, it's good work, buddy. Dude, you're a high schooler. History isn't going to remember you for furiously chasing down whoever was smoking in high school. Ugh. Like, you look into the whole issue of playing old systems on modern TVs, and it becomes another issue of the entire thing. Not just having the system working. Okay, they're all here. Not just having the system working, not just having the discs working. But getting a decent video output. You do need a converter for some stuff. The way I do PS2 is I have component cables for the PS2 hooked up to a HDMI converter, which is then plugged into the Elgato. It actually by default looks like this. It stretches the display, which isn't something I'm happy with. So for the stream, I shrink it back down to 4:3. And that's how PS2 looks. It's how Nintendo 64 looks as well. God, the entire issue I had with getting Nintendo 64 video quality that was actually not complete garbage. Because like there's two whole sides to this idea. There's getting it to look decent on your TV, and then there's getting it to look decent on a capture. And those two things are completely separate. It's like I got my Dreamcast and I got composite cables for it. It came with an RF connector, which was crazy. Well, I got some composite cables so I could capture footage for it, and the composite cables looked fine on the TV. It wasn't an amazing signal, but it was fine. I hooked up to the Elgato, and all of a sudden it looks complete garbage. And as a result, I end up working for quite a bit to get a VGA output for it. VGA being the single best video output you can get for the Dreamcast. And that created a whole other set of problems. Because the Elgato didn't want to accept VGA input from the Dreamcast. So I had to get a converter for that. I had to convert it to HDMI. And it didn't want to accept the signal from that converter. So I had to get a different converter. In the end, like, the signal I've got out of Dreamcast is great. The signal we get out of PS2, which is what we have here, is as good as native PS2 is going to get. The signal we get out of Nintendo 64 is as good as it's going to get without hard modding the system. Which we could do. I've debated hard modding the Nintendo 64 for an RGB output. But the problem with Nintendo 64 is a lot of that just
Here's our
it's
chance for an all-out
it costs a bunch of money. Costs quite a bit of money to modify it for that.
You have the potential to
And
grow
the
even
video
stronger.
difference isn't enough to justify it. If you're going to hard mod a Nintendo 64 for video quality, what you want is the Ultra HDMI board. That does massively change the video output. Like, you look up S-video output from Nintendo 64 compared to the Ultra HDMI, and there is so much of an improvement. Because the Ultra HDMI
It seems to have multiple.
is
It seems to have multiple.
strong to
pieces.
pierce,
One
I think.
enemy remains. I can do it.
The Ultra HDMI is directly attached to the graphics processor, and thus intercepts the graphics signal before the Nintendo 64's anti-aliasing is applied. The anti-aliasing was a great idea. It is natively applied to every game on Nintendo 64. It was a great idea at the time. And Nintendo 64 games looked really good on CRTs. They still do. But you try and play them on a HD TV now, and it leads to them looking so blurry. It's like a spear effect. And the single best thing about the Ultra HDMI
Strike first.
is that it's attached directly to the graphics processor and prevents that from being applied. And it looks really good. It also costs like $150 just to get a board when they're in stock. And then you also have to mod it onto your system. Yeah, I want to get rid of Tartarus because she's done.
Good. The enemy is distracted.
There's the whole issue with GameCube. GameCube video output is interesting because there is a really good option. Ooh, yeah, no, I want Mirage. The GameCube component cables. You get a game running through GameCube component cables in 480p, and the GameCube looks fantastic. The issue is there isn't a good third-party version of the GameCube component cables,
Who's the man?
and the official ones are so expensive now. They didn't sell well at the time, and now actually picking them up is really expensive.
3 enemies detected. Strike first.
So you find the better option for that is to get the GCHD option.
You struck the enemy's weak point.
All right, good job.
And there's a couple of complications, right? It requires a specific model of GameCube,
You attacked the enemy's weak
but it
point.
outputs GameCube to HDMI pretty cleanly. It'll cost you a bit.
I can do it.
Oh, she did hit the right one, good. It'll cost you a bit. But it gives you the proper option, it is great. Spin. PS2, unfortunately, is not as simple. There's a bunch of plug-in and play options you're going to get for the PS2, like the pound HD cable, the pound HDMI cable. You can pick up cheap PS2 to HDMI adapters on Amazon and eBay, which are not great, but they're fine. It's not amazing quality, but it's a simple solution that works.
The enemy's weakness.
Nice. I have anybody else with Bufu? I do, Phonius. Great.
One enemy remains.
But unfortunately, there isn't just a
You
single
attacked the
simple
enemy's
solution
weak
for
point. Here's our
PS2.
chance for an all-out attack.
Even Dreamcast has another option now. So you can do VGA or you can do DC HDMI, which I think requires hard modding the system, but the results speak for themselves. They're really good. But this is all stuff that you talk about when you want to throw down, when you're willing to throw down a bunch of money and effort into picking this stuff up and setting this stuff up. What if you're just a casual fan who wants to play some of these older games and not have them look like complete garbage on your TV screen? It's one thing the PS3 was really good for with PS1. The PS1 output more often than not at 240p. Sometimes menus would output at 480i, and that was kind of like the best you get. Here's the PS3. A simple solution will play PS1 discs and upscales them to 1080p actually pretty cleanly and gives you an option for smoothing. And PS1 games on PS3 look great. You're not going to get an option on PS1 that looks any better. And that kind of solution is exactly what we want for every system. Just something like that. A simple, clean solution that lets us play the old games.
Two powerful enemies have been detected.
That one just won't die.
Akihiko's in danger.
I can't hold out much longer. Can you manage without me? I don't want to be a burden.
You make this fight go a lot smoother if you just use Zeo.
This thing won't give up.
And they're
Two
targeting you.
enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Nice timing.
That's one of the best things about the backwards compatibility option on Xbox One. The fact you can use discs for it.
Couldn't finish it off.
It's a simple solution. It's like, oh yeah, no, here's, for fuck's sake, Akihiko. Here's a game I enjoyed on original Xbox. I either still have the disc or I pick the disc up cheap at a second-hand shop. And I can just stick that in, it'll play the game, no problem. I don't have to buy it again. Great. And it's the kind of thing I was really hoping for with PS2 Classics idea.
Let's go.
When they put PS2 Classics on PS4. Remember when that was first announced and we were all like, are they going to be making PS2 games playable off the disc? Is that what they're doing? They didn't, it would have been too good to be true.
Akiba is unconscious. Can you revive her?
That one just won't die.
There's the hope that it'll do that with the PS5. I'm really not confident about that. Oh, now you'll do it, you fucking prick.
Here's our chance. I can't lose.
Good job, Aki.
I'm really not confident about them doing it for PS5 though. Like, at this point, Sony could probably put the money into getting an emulator for PS2 that runs on their hardware. And then that's a selling point. They start treating PS2 backwards compatibility like Microsoft's treated their backwards compatibility. And it's perfect at that point. Like, obviously not have every game available digitally because there are going to be rights that can't be worked out, but have every game playable from the disc. Have that worked out is a good idea. That would be a selling point for the PS5 for me.
One enemy remains.
There's also absolutely no excuse for them not having PS1 playable. But from the looks of it, like the patent that Sony put out, there was a patent that was found last month maybe, that was Sony patenting a system for the PS5 that lets people play PS1, 2 and 3 games on PS5 via PS Now. And it's like, that's not a good idea. That's cool, Chanson. To be fair, I was kind of just ranting for a while. What I do? Like, Sony's got the money for it. Sony can turn around and throw money into a close enough to perfect PS2 emulator for the PS5. And the PS5 should be powerful enough to do it. With how the PS5 is supposed to be like the most powerful console or whatever and all its tech. It's like not being able to do PS3 games, I understand. The PS3, the single biggest problem with the PS2 and the PS3 was the architecture. Sony made awkward ass systems, and it's made them hard to emulate.
Akihiko has defeated an enemy.
That's the last one.
But I think we're at a point now where Sony should be able to put the money into making PS2 discs run on the PS5. Yeah, exactly. I say it's the best thing about the Xbox. Like, my entire idea is, like, you take what Xbox is doing, do a step above. You do a step above by not just having whatever Microsoft was allowed to make available. You just turn around and say, yeah, no, every PS2 disc, or almost every PS2 disc, playable. And then take what Sony is allowed to do.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
I have Garu. Like, then you take what Sony's allowed to do, and those games can be available digitally.
A wisely chosen attack.
Awesome!
And at that point, you're pleasing the crowd, the retro crowd. You're introducing people to older games that are still fantastic and still very playable. Making them more readily available.
Attack again.
Get him!
And let's be fair, it's not like the price of PS2 games was going to go down anyway.
Yes, the enemy is vulnerable.
I've been waiting for this.
Keep up the good
When I pick this game up, it's available physically for a substantial cost. So, say Sony goes up to Atlas. It's like, hey, yeah, this game physically costs a lot, but it's considered one of the highlights of the PS2. We know you're willing to re-release it. We're willing to get it on this system. Persona 5 did very well. The Persona brand is bigger than ever.
Weak against light.
And then at that point,
3 enemies remain.
you make it available digitally. It's still available digitally on PS3. They put that option out there. Maybe I shouldn't have switched to Phonius.
Hang in there.
Well, I work out some deals. Companies that still own games, like, still own the rights to these games. Like, nobody knows who owns the rights to Shadow Hearts at this point. Probably will never get a re-release. This has the chance.
That's the last one.
Got other stuff on PS2, like Sega still owns the rights. Sega still owns Shinobi. PS2 Shinobi out. What about some of the Ubisoft games?
Hey, are you all right?
Don't overdo it.
Hell, there's arguably no downside for the companies outside of Sony, and Sony can use it as a selling point, put a bit of work into this as an emulator. Okay, you're done. Great.
Won't give up.
Cost is negligible versus the potential profit margin. Really is. It's part of the reason why Shadow Hearts is probably as expensive as it is.
My skills have improved.
Like, the company that made it went bankrupt. Midway, the company that published it in the West, went bankrupt. It's like, who owns Shadow Hearts? And Bane and I have had this discussion several times over the years. Like, who owns some of this stuff? Who owns Shadow Hearts? Who owns
3 enemies present.
the Quintet trilogy, the Soul Blazer trilogy? Because the companies that made them don't exist anymore. And, like, the weirdest thing about console games in this regard is a console game is never considered
Exploited the
abandonware,
enemy's weakness. One more.
which is really weird. As opposed to old PC games.
A wisely chosen attack. Nice.
PC games regularly get added to lists of abandonware or freeware. Console games
Attack
don't.
again. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Ready at him.
In this case, like,
Keep up the good work.
if like Illusion of Gaia or Terranigma had been released on PC, chances are at this point there'd be abandonware, you could download them for free. Meanwhile, they're not on PC, so what can you do? Well, in the case of Terranigma, unless you're in Europe, you can get fucked. If you are in Europe, you can fork out a large amount of money for it.
Three enemies present. Don't get careless.
God damn it. And now Yukari's gonna go and screw this up.
Not bad, Junpei.
The only PC game I can think of that people are actually interested in that isn't abandonware, but I think the developer just went bankrupt years ago, is No One Lives Forever.
Only one
No One
more.
Lives Forever is kind of legendary on PC as a fantastic first-person shooter with a fantastic story and some great characters. And there was a sequel, and I don't think either of them sold that well, but they're very well looked back on. But nobody has any idea who owns it these days.
What a stunning victory.
Was there a I'm sure there was a console version of No One Lives Forever. Look into that.
Yes! My skill.
Hey. Oh, it was later ported to the PS2. Monolith. Developed by Monolith, published by Fox Interactive. Monolith still exists. They developed the Shadow of Mordor games.
Two enemies detected.
Fox Interactive. That probably doesn't exist. What is that?
Damn, couldn't finish it off.
Only one
That's
left.
the last one.
I couldn't defeat it.
The fuck is Fox next? What was it called? Fox Next?
Who's the man?
Fox Interactive was sold to Vivendi Universal in 2003. Which means at this point that it's owned by Activision. Ugh. I don't split up. I should look into the PS2 port of No One Lives Forever, because I've been interested in playing it for a while, and I'd completely forgot that it's on PS2. Hey, Kari, can you wear this? Because you could do with a defense boost. You already have the camo shirt. Which I assume means Junpei already has it, so what about Akihiko? This isn't clunky at all. Gonna regret this.
Two powerful enemies have been detected.
Come on. Nice.
My turn.
And then hit the other one.
Amazing, Senpai.
Nice. God damn it.
I can do it. I couldn't defeat it.
Yeah, when the whole thing comes down to it, like,
Couldn't finish it up.
Single strike? Come on, stand up.
You motherfucker! Whole thing comes down to it as a game over. You know, I'm glad they stopped doing this in SMT, just in general. Because it is so frustrating that the main character dying is an instant game over. Like, when they removed that in Persona 4 Golden, that was such a good thing. We got a good bunch of grinding in that night as well, and now it's all gone. Right. Let me get rid of Pixie and Apsaris then. You know what? It's not a bad idea, Chansum. Thanks, Elizabeth. I suppose the main reason for all of it is if we head back down to the main floor, we also have to restart from the last access point. Which isn't as bad a thing in Persona 3 Portable, because you don't restart from the access point, you can just go back to whatever the last floor you were on was. Alright, Pixie and Apsaris. I still have Nekomata. Don't need that. What if I do a triangle fusion? High enough for that? There's a good explanation for why the uniforms are white, although that in itself would likely be a holdover from an older generation. There's no way you'd be expected to bleed deliberately in modern day fencing. It's a game of sport, not of violence. Not anymore, anyway. Okay, here we go again. Usually team colours. That's fair enough. Your pants were black. Alright, I want Garu. There we go.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
All right, good
This is a cool idea as a sport to learn.
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going. going.
Now's our chance.
Attack again. One more.
I mean, basically just sword fighting was cool. God damn it.
Please hit.
Yukari, why?
Iori has defeated an enemy.
2 to go.
Could have ended everything.
Akihiko has defeated an enemy.
Good work, everybody, at being useless to me.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
I've been waiting for this.
Gotta be careful about those parries.
Keep up the good work.
You parried too hard, broke the rubber tip off your opponent's sword, and he was like, parry this, you filthy casual. And then you didn't parry that, and then you started bleeding. Alright,
Three enemies present.
so I want
Don't get
anything other than Fornius for these guys.
I can do it.
Ooh. Making use of that extra ring, extra reach then.
Just 2 more to go.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
I can do it.
Crazy stuff.
Takeba has defeated an enemy. Just one more.
I couldn't finish it off.
Oh, jeez.
Who's the man?
Oh, that's not terrifying. Thank God you actually did the right maneuver and didn't freeze up for a second for no real reason, but because that kind of happens sometimes. But a story you can find of from Lord of the Rings, where the fight with Lurtz, the Urukai, in Fellowship of the Ring, that Aragorn has after he shoots Boromir 3 times.
Iori has defeated an enemy. Just one more.
Part of the fight involved Lurtz throwing a knife at Aragorn, and Aragorn deflects it with his sword, and the stunt double couldn't get it down.
Akihiko's in danger.
Who's the man?
So Viggo Mortensen was like, let me give it a try. And the dude who's playing Lurtz, who of course was a stuntman, aimed a little too high, and the knife was going straight at Viggo Mortensen's face. And he straight up deflected it with a sword, and it looked awesome, and that's the take that's in the final movie. That's the take that they put in the movie.
A surprise attack. There are 4 of them.
Like, thank God he actually got it right at the right time. You can find a bunch of stories of stuff like that, of like just being just right.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
Like in From Russia with Love, Sean Connery dove to the ground just at the right time, as the helicopter they were using for the stunt came in too low. And if he hadn't jumped up, if he hadn't jumped to the ground and leapt to the ground
Stay
when he did, like just a little bit later, it would have took his head off.
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going. Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
Of course, then there's the opposite when the actor involved doesn't happen to do the right thing at the right time to survive. Historical sword fighting would be neat. Historical sword fighting would be cool. Guess that came from that way. Here we go. Yeah, then there's the time. No, not dealing with you, you fucker. God damn it.
Two strong enemies withstand the assault.
Yeah, then there's the times when it doesn't go right.
Is in danger. Akihiko's in danger. Akihiko is unconscious.
You know what? Maybe I don't want to play this game anymore. Anyway. But then there's the times when stuff doesn't go right, like in the filming of the Twilight Zone movie. Where the helicopter was coming in too close and Vic Morrow and two Vietnamese children who were also involved in the scene were straight up decapitated. That was a major thing at the time. For several reasons, the fact that Vic Morrow was a known star at the time. I was like, yeah, no, he died in a stunt accident. The helicopter in the scene came in too close, took his head off, and also the head of two children who were supposed to be in the scene. And then it got worse. It was like these two children were working way past when they should have been. It led to a whole revision of child labour laws in movies, and also a re-evaluation of the use of helicopters in movies.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, the whole thing was crazy. That might be why. That might be where the whole thing of using twins to play children in movies and TV shows came from. Specifically to get around the labour laws. You're not breaking the labour laws, but you also don't have to restrict filming for it.
Two enemies detected.
My turn. I couldn't finish it off.
Please hit! Only one more.
That's the last one.
You know, I can believe that, Chansom. I can totally believe that people are fucking stupid.
My turn. We did it.
Knife throwing. Okay, so Angel has one more level until Hammer. I've been working my way through Digital Devil Saga in preparation for the Demi-theme. And came across an instance that I don't think we ever highlighted during the stream. Of an enemy is weak to Mudo.
The enemy is vulnerable. Attack!
Enemy is weak to Mudo. So you cast Mudo, but Mudo is a percentage. It has a chance of hitting. So even though they're weak to Mudo, it's still no guarantee it'll hit. Which is why I hate Mudo on Hammer.
Keep up the good work.
Hey, why'd he bite me? We're not actually killing ourselves, we're psychologically creating the fear of death in ourselves so we can use it to summon our latent abilities. People want to do the apple on the head shot, don't they? Because people are just twats. Well, Persona as a series has its beginnings in ideas first put forward in Jungian psychology.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
Get him!
Yeah, but I assume your boss was also a very experienced bowman. Archer. A very experienced archer. I can imagine somebody who's coming in for just like a day probably wants to try it.
Keep up the good work.
Oh, bullshit that is in movies. What about that scene in Robin Hood Men in Tights? I'm just going to say that scene because almost any scene will count. 10 years. I've said this before, we need to bring sword fighting back. Like, get rid of guns and just institute swords.
One enemy detected.
Like, ban guns, but don't change the Second Amendment. So at that point, it's like, you still have the right to bear arms, you're just not allowed to use guns. Use different arms. Like a sword. We just need to make real life into Highlander. You don't kill somebody via decapitation, then it's counted as murder, and then you have to be arrested.
Still alive.
Oh, what's that? You stabbed him in the shoulder and he bled out? Well, you know, that's murder. Not good enough.
That was easy.
Well, people never really look beyond the visual identity of anything like that into the skills it'll develop. Like, fencing just as an idea would undeniably create a sense of threat assessment, increased reaction time, movements. The idea of defining stuff as a sport is crazy. Darts is... There was a thing I saw earlier this week, actually. Darts is classed as a sport because a darts player can walk up to 12 miles during a game.
Don't get careless.
What?
Yes, the enemy is vulnerable. Attack.
How is that the defining rule to be classed as a sport?
Nice try.
I can do it.
Way to go, Yucatan!
Takiba has defeated an enemy. One more. You exploited the enemy's weakness.
Alright, let's end this.
Chance for an all-out attack. Ready, Adam. Keep up the good work.
I'm gonna get some coin. Oh, why'd he bite me? This is actually me playing off PS2. If you wanted to see what the component cable solution through the Porter HDMI upscaler was, this is it.
3 enemies detected. Strike first. Help me! Defeat it. Take the enemy down.
Don't. Alright, one more. Nice.
Here's a chance. Let's get him. Get back here, you son of a... Who's the man?
More coin. Yeah, you know, it's actually a fun thing though, Chansum, with the because it was a Reddit post, specifically a gatekeeping Reddit post. It's like a picture of an article. There's like darts players can walk up to 12 miles during a game, which is what allows darts to be classed as a sport. And then somebody responding to it that if you don't have to defend yourself, then it's not a sport.
Be careful. There are 4 enemies.
And the point of the post was that guy's a dick gatekeeping what is and isn't a sport. But the funny thing in this context is, by his definition, fencing is a sport.
You struck the enemy's weak point. One more. You exploited the enemy's weakness.
Get him.
You struck the enemy's weak point. Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
I think the big issue we're having is really just the Hulk Hogan dudes.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, level up. Level up. Junpei, move out of the way. Great, I can't hit the frickin' thing because you're all in the way and you all want to talk to me. I hate you all. You're all worthless to me.
3 enemies. We're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't really care about the Olympics.
Just 2 more to go.
Or don't care about the Olympics until they're in a position to be able to be involved in some way. Like, God, when the Olympics were over here, there was the big thing of people being entered into a raffle for the tickets, and people being really unhappy with the tickets to the tickets they won to specific events.
Just one more.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
Please hit. Jeez, that was fast.
And kill him.
Take the enemy down. Keep up the good work.
Alright, spin. That's fine, I'll use it as fusion material.
My skills have improved.
That's pretty neat. God damn it.
A surprise attack. Prepare for battle.
Nice try.
Like, the idea of losing is always kind of like,
Use
but the idea of losing to somebody who is good enough to be a winner on that level is pretty cool.
You struck the enemy's weak point.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Keep up the good work.
Oh yeah, new persona. Yeah, I'm glad I don't live in a hotter region. With my asthma. Even when my asthma's fine, when it gets hot and humid over here, like it did a couple of weeks back, breathing is just such a problem. And then if the asthma's bad on top of that, ugh. What are you weak to? Ice. Alright.
Yes, excellent attack.
All right, good job.
Another enemy down. There's only one left.
All right, good job.
You have the potential to grow even stronger.
Jeez. I've had asthma since I was a kid. It's always one of those things, like, it's all, a lot of people grow out of it, just, they get better as they grow up, and it's like, yeah, it didn't happen to me.
3 enemies present. Don't get careless.
I think the single worst thing about having asthma is the idea of having to pay to be able to breathe.
You exploited the enemy's weakness.
Awesome. Angel.
Yes, the
Yeah.
enemy is vulnerable. One more.
It's like,
Struck the enemy's weak point.
the idea of having to pay for anything, like having to pay just to be able to do something that other people can do fine. It's like at some point, I wanted to go and get my eyes tested. I'm pretty sure I have astigmatism. But I wanted to get an actual professional opinion on it, you know, then Corona happened. But my biggest problem with the idea of glasses is how much they cost. It's like, yeah, let me just fork out all this money to be able to see. Yeah, fuck it, let's move on. That works out. It seems you're being separated. Be careful, this could be a dangerous situation. Your character's like, I found the stairs.
present. Don't get careless.
I severely diminished hearing in one of my ears. I was having it looked into whether or not I'd need a hearing aid in my right ear. And then that appointment was cancelled because Corona actually hit properly over here. Which was so much fun.
Can you use Zeus? It seems to have
That was months ago and
enemies
still hasn't really been dealt with. It's cool.
Just 2 more to go. And
Good job, Akihiko. Only one left.
Keep it up.
That's crazy. It's $300 to be able to see.
You can do it. Easy.
That's the thing, like, we get free healthcare, but prescription medication still costs. And I think both of those factors are stupid. Like, having to pay for healthcare is bullshit.
Be careful. There are 4
Having to pay for your prescription
The enemy
to be able to do anything normally is bullshit.
4 enemies remain. Stay cautious.
Oh, we have to pay for dental and vision as well. NHS does not cover eyes or teeth.
Defeated an enemy.
Good job, Takaba.
We couldn't defeat it.
Let's go.
You know, at this point, with how prevalent mental health issues are, I'm surprised that hasn't been rolled into the NHS.
Couldn't finish it off.
Maybe it has and I've not been paying attention.
Hang in there.
People still don't take mental health seriously enough.
Okay, everything's going according.
Da-da-da-da.
Alright, onwards. And take the left, take it forward, set it forward. I'm grinding here anyway. Wait, no, I'm out of SP. Take the access point. Grinding here anyway. Yeah, it's irritating. I have to get my prescription redone every couple of months or so. 'Cause I get two kinds of inhalers for my asthma. I get a blue inhaler that's a reliever that I'm supposed to only take when I need it, and I get a preventative one that I take twice in the morning and twice at night. I should have used that opportunity to save. Let's go save. There's a good point, Jansen. I'll go save. It's like the preventative could last for ages. Not the reliever could last for ages. The preventative is basically always guaranteed to run out if I'm using it properly. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Jansen. That stuff I tend to forget in these things. Alright, let's go. Back to the 14th. We can't have that long left before somebody gets tired. Alright, go find the stairs. I'm gonna stay here for a minute.
Everyone, spread out and proceed individually.
You guys know what is here. Why did all 3 of you need to turn around to see what was behind us? Ugh. Yeah, basically since I turned 18 and I was in college, so I was still getting my prescriptions free. Then I left college. Since then, I've been paying for my prescriptions. Which is great, gotta always make sure I got money available so I can breathe. God forbid it be a basic human right.
I can do it. This thing won't give up.
couldn't finish it off.
That was easy.
Oh well. I'm gonna become a basic human right under the current government.
4 enemies.
Ooh,
detected.
Garu.
Severe distress.
Not you, I need to switch to Angel. Well, that's... Oh, I have Zeo now.
Use Garu. 4 enemies remain.
Oh well.
Stay cautious. I can do it.
You're pretty good too, Takeba.
3 remain.
Damn. Couldn't finish it off.
2 remain.
Yeah, the whole thing of Americans forking out so much money for an ambulance trip is unbelievable. And the fact that people will defend the idea of health insurance over free healthcare.
You exploited the enemy's weakness.
I've been waiting.
The fact that people don't... The fact that people like never call me an ambulance. If there's something wrong, call me an Uber.
Keep up the good work.
Because it'll be cheaper. Is unbelievable. For what is ostensibly supposed to be a first world nation. Great knowing that at any moment you could end up bankrupt and in serious debt from something that is not your fault at all, that could not have been helped. Great knowing that people will defend that system.
3 enemies. The enemy's weak.
Now I want ice.
Three enemies remain. Yes, excellent attack.
Now's our chance.
Another enemy down. There's only 1 left. One more.
It's crazy. But it's like the costs of it. 2-minute ride in an ambulance, $1,100. Like you could, the whole thing of like you could ride around for what, like 3 hours in an Uber, and it probably still wouldn't cost that much. Ah, that's bullshit.
An assault by 2 enemies. Stand strong.
Yeah. Why is the idea of free healthcare so appealing
Can
to...
you use Zeos? 2 enemies
Otis.
remain. Don't get
It was
carried.
Zeo, right?
The
Yep,
enemy-
Zeo. $60 for an hour.
You exploited the enemy's weakness.
Now's our chance.
A wisely chosen attack. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him. A complete victory. Great job. I'm getting kind of tired. This is not good.
Oh, Yukari was the one who got tired. Well, at least I think we got some decent experience grinding. You, stairs. Okay, here's the access point. Really what happens in one of those situations. I'm surprised Uber doesn't just make it a well-known part of the service. If they'll just advertise a flat rate for a hospital ride.
The enemy's weak. 3 enemies remain.
But then again, Uber is a business, which is also apparently what hospitals are.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
All right, good job.
You attacked the enemy's weak point. The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going.
I've been waiting for this.
And blood and bodily fluids.
You have the potential to grow even
That's still
stronger.
probably less than the cost of an
Are you
ambulance
feeling
ride.
tired?
My professional grade cleaning would be, what, like $100 if that? Hey John, how you doing buddy? Thanks for the good luck. My professional grade cleaning of a car's gotta be like, what, $100, $200 at most. Alright, let's do a little bit of fusion, then head home. Okay, I want to register everything except Alp. You know what? I don't care. Let's register them all. And do a bit of fusion. Yeah, I've had a few people I know be involved in the power outage, like Clem. I assume you know Clem. Clem frequents some of the same streams. He had a power outage. You guys powered back today. Pixie and Apsaurus is Nekomata. So let's try a triangle fusion. $200 is still less than the price of the ambulance ride. Ooh, Lilin. Devil hasn't become available yet. What am I losing? Bufu. Jack Frost. What do I lose from Nekomata? Anji, do I have that anywhere else? No. Okay, go with Lilin then. Less slime. Do I gain Garu? No. I don't think Clem's to the south. Clem's somewhere on the eastern seaboard. I don't think it's to the south. East and southeast. Alright. Alright, let's go throw down another save. NC and VA. Is that North Carolina and Virginia? Yeah. Alright. I'm glad you're doing okay though, John. it's good. It's understandable abbreviating them in chat anyway. It's quicker to type out and it's not like it means anything to me. I don't know where they are. About what? We're not friends and I wish you'd stop talking to me. Middle of the East. Glad we really don't really get anything like that. We really don't really get anything like that. I still can't remember what the other RPG I had in mind for like another follower goal was. Chaos Wars. I think I should do Shadow Hearts before I do Chaos Wars. And I haven't really been considering tactical RPGs, honestly. You know, if I was going to do a tactical RPG, one that I've really been wanting to throw some time into is a game called Stellar Deus, The Gate of Eternity on PS2. The idea of it sounded fascinating. That's an Atlas game, which is usually a guarantee of some kind of interest. Oh, you know Stellar Deus. You had it at one point. Yeah, I've got it. It was in the retro shop I frequent for a long time before I finally got it. Like, the whole thing, tactical RPG... The artwork, if I remember rightly, is done by the dude who did Persona 3, isn't it? Let me check, because I'm not reading this, I don't care. Stellar Deus. Gate of Eternity. Yeah, the cover art pretty much screams Persona 3. Gameplay is similar to that of Hoshigami. Suijima. Let me check. Shigenori Suijima. Yeah. An Atlas game that actually got released over here, but of course was not published by Atlas. Because Atlas still doesn't have a European branch. See, here's the thing that interests me about it. The story focuses on Sparrow, a young man who is caught in the middle of a growing conflict between various religious factions, which in turn are being spurred by the advance of miasma, a force that will destroy all life. Like, the idea of a game focused on religious conflicts is intriguing to me. Because it's usually such a taboo topic. And the idea is pretty interesting. It's like As a series, I'm interested in Suikoden, largely because the focus on it is as a JRPG that isn't about fighting a monster. Let's think, most RPGs are about punch God, but they rarely deal with actual religious implications. The only RPG I can really think of that deals with the religious implications of that is Final Fantasy X. I mean, hell, even mainline Shin Megami Tensei, where Yehovah is the big villain of the series, doesn't really deal with the religious implications of it. There was another one, Suikoden Tearcrease, which was the first Suikoden game I got into. The main source of conflict is a religion that's spreading throughout multiple universes. A fanatical religion. I think it's a pretty interesting topic that you don't often see. And that kind of thing can be enough to get me really interested. It's like Alpha Protocol, an RPG developed by Obsidian, is really interesting to me. It's not a great game. Gameplay-wise, it's at best kind of passable. It works enough that you can play it, but the focus on it is as an RPG focused on espionage, and there's nothing else like it as far as I've seen. See, I've still not done Symphonia or The Abyss. I need to get around to them. I need to decide what I'm doing after Digital Devil Saga 2. I've been thinking The Legend of Dragoon, but I could throw down Pushback as in no focus. You know, that's actually kind of an interesting thing with Final Fantasy X, how the religion is the main focus. It doesn't start that way, but it grows into the point where it's like this entire thing is the main focus of the problem of the world. Which is pretty surprising for a Final Fantasy game. Yep, I have plans to sit at home and play on my computer. Yeah, I was thinking Legend of Dragoon, but maybe moving away from any kind of turn-based RPG after Digital Devil Saga 2 would be a good idea. Maybe a Tales game would be a good idea. I do enjoy the Tales combat. I feel like we need to stop comparing games in that regard. It's like one of Bane's pet peeves is calling Legend of Dragoon a Final Fantasy VII clone. It's like how first-person shooters used to be universally referred to as a Doom clone, or open-world games used to be universally referred to as a Grand Theft Auto clone. It's like The Simpsons Hit and Run is still referred to as Simpsons Grand Theft Auto, and it really isn't. It's not even really an open world. But that's what people always compared that stuff to at the time. Nope, stay awake, get the extra points for my academics. If you want an actual Final Fantasy X clone, the Tales games play differently enough from Final Fantasy that I'd never call any of them a clone, regardless of how similar story themes might be. Particularly with the combat being so different. If we want to talk about a Final Fantasy X clone, then the main thing that comes into my mind is Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which is so obviously a rip-off of Final Fantasy X. Let's think, yeah, the basic idea of stuff like Harry Potter isn't anything new. The entire thing becomes a case of a style of idea exists for however long you want, but once it becomes popular is when people actually care. I don't know, man. Student council might be on, I have responsibilities. Yeah, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age is straight up Final Fantasy X clone. Yeah. It's not a bad game, honestly. But the battle system is straight up Final Fantasy X. It's not the best game, but you could waste your time in worse ways. Who knows, maybe I'll do that one day.
So, I pretended to take a picture with my cell phone. And? She freaked out and started crying. Like it was the end of the world. You should have seen the look on her face. It was priceless. Oh my god! I have never laughed so hard in all my life.
If you're in Lord of the Rings, it's pretty good.
They're making fun of someone? Don't they have anything better
It wasn't
to
the
do?
best Lord of the Rings game when it came out. That was probably Return of the King.
Where's that voice coming from? What voice? I don't hear anything.
Return of the King game is great. Especially if you play it on co-op. Great co-op hack and slash.
What's wrong, Maki? Maki? Uh-huh? Are you okay?
Sorry, what were we talking about?
I can't stand girls like that.
Hmm. You know, if it wasn't for the facts of the movie footage, I'd probably be pretty interested in doing Two Towers and Return of the King games. They're fun games. Yeah, why not? Push this far enough and then we can start hanging out with Chihiro. It's pretty common for movie-based games of the time. Since movie-based games were more often than not made fairly cheaply as a cash-in and pretty quickly, it saves them both money and time to use movie footage. There are some movie-based games that do actually recreate movie scenes in engine, or do like CGI versions of movie scenes. But it's pretty uncommon. The Star Wars Episode 3 game is interesting. It came out 2 weeks before Revenge of the Sith came out. And every level had footage from the movie. Which probably is what helped sell the game at the time, beyond just being a movie tie-in. Because Episode 3 was huge and everybody wanted to see stuff from it. And so here comes the tie-in game with movie footage that hasn't been shown elsewhere. At least at the time it came out.
Where have you been?
Nope. Don't really care. I'm going out. Don't wait up. Alright, let's go. But yeah, it was pretty common. Stuff like the Toy Story 2 game used movie footage. The Fifth Element game had movie footage, which actually looked weirdly good, considering it was on a CD. Like, usually the video quality of that was actually really bad. The funniest thing about the Fifth Element game that nobody ever seems to take into account is it was developed by the guys who made Nightmare Creatures. And anybody who remembers Nightmare Creatures tends to look back pretty fondly on it. But the Fifth Element was actual garbage. It's a really terrible game. The movie's a bunch of fun. Yeah, the movie's a bunch of fun. Oh, it's always a good time to watch.
Did you hear about that girl in 2B? Yeah, they haven't got
But
it.
it's usually the case. Like, the whole thing of the problem with licensed games. 9 times out of 10, a game based on a movie is going to be bad.
Man, can you believe
Uncommon.
these people? So, did you hear the details?
Not interested.
Stop acting like you don't care.
I don't care, Junpei. Go
You
away.
really
We're not
should
friends.
hear this. Well, a girl from 2E went missing.
Yeah, that's
last
fascinating. Why are you
This
still
morning,
here?
They found her lying on the ground in front of the school gate. Nobody
Uh-huh.
knows what happened, and supposedly she's still unconscious. Yo, Yucatan. This is a tough case.
Yeah, go
even
definitely
for
go away.
Junpei Iori, ace detective.
Like, of all the characters in
Ace
all the Persona
detective?
games that I can have a problem with,
Stupid or something?
Junpei is the one that never grows on me. I dislike him from early on, and the
More
dislike
like
gets worse as the game
stupid,
goes
ace
on.
defective.
Eh,
Hey, I resent that. Anyway, where have you been?
it's like Ryuji in Persona 5 is loud and brash, and at no point learns to use an inside voice, which is kind of irritating considering we're supposed to be a secret group
Whoa.
outside the law, but you
Now
keep
that's
shouting that we're the
really
Phantom
strange.
Thieves all the damn time in public. But Ryuji has a good character, and I like him as a character, it's just that one flaw. Junpei's a prick, and never gets better about it. And at one point, his self-esteem issues lead to us almost getting killed. Yeah, it's actually a fun thing. I have a friend who also has a copy of Persona 3 signed by Vic Mignogna. Is there anything that I could go study? There might be. Studying should be a student's #1 priority. That's why I roped you into fighting monsters with us. It's like Junpei gets a like if there's one area Persona 3 falls down in comparison with 4 and 5, it's the characters. Especially the characters on your team.
Oh, hey!
Like, especially the characters on your team. Persona 4 and Persona 5 spend a bunch of time with all of them learning who they are as characters. And all of them are social links in 4 and 5. In 3, they're not. Which is kind of a little awkward. I think Yukari's a social link and Mitsuru becomes a social link, and Aegis becomes a social link after a certain point. If you're playing as the female protagonist in P3P, then you can... It's very much the same idea, just the opposite. The guys become social links, and you can go out with the guys. And as a result, it leads to a lot of the characters not really getting much characterization. Like, Akihiko is kind of underdeveloped as a character. Yukari gets character motivation and payoff, and so does Mitsuru. Yeah, you really shouldn't date Ken. How much money do I have? That's enough. Like, Junpei gets a bunch of character focus at specific points, and none of it makes me like him as a character. At no point does he ever come across as somebody I want to spend time with. And, like, it begins with his personality. His personality is irritating. From the start, it's irritating. He's full of himself without reason to be. And then when you first go into Tartarus, you're declared leader, and he isn't. And he doesn't get over that. Believing he should be the leader for no justifiable reason. Just ready to level up. Yes, it is. Awesome. And it comes to a head in the first full moon, where Junpei decides to run off on his own and runs headfirst into a trap. And like I said this last time we played this, when we did the first full moon, it's undeniably irresponsible. I wasn't supposed to study, I was supposed to do the computer, damn it. It's unbelievably irresponsible and puts not only his life in danger, running off alone, but our lives in danger because we don't have a full team to begin with. And then he goes and runs off and deprives us of a third of our combat capability. And it's unbelievably irresponsible, and he never even apologizes for that. And I said at the time when we did that, it was back in April we last played this. And I said at the time, like, if it was up to me, he'd be off the team. I don't care if we're desperate for Persona users. Are we desperate enough that we're going to allow ourselves get into a position where this idiot's decisions are going to get us killed? If anything, it's just irresponsible and reckless to let him stay with us. And then that whole thing with... I want to say Chihiro, but that's a different character. Oh, let me get the name up. Begins with a C. Chidori. There it is. That whole thing with Chidori never comes across as believable. It always just comes across as he's pushing himself into her life, and she eventually develops some kind of mild Stockholm syndrome as a result. Like, people dislike Ken, and I can understand the dislike for Ken, but Ken has reasons for his character, and Ken grows to improve that. Junpei never really does. He's a prick from beginning to end. Selfish and irresponsible and demanding to put his wants above everybody else, above the team's needs. He's like 10, and he grows while still being 10. And that's the thing, like, the age doesn't even have to factor into it. Ken's entire problem, without spoiling it for people who don't know what it is, Ken's entire problem is entirely reasonable. Junpei's problem is that he's not the center of attention. And the only way he gets over that is he latches onto Chidori, when she very clearly doesn't want the attention. Yeah. I don't like Junpei. He's a horrible character. And it's probably like one of the biggest things with Persona. Persona 3, 4, and 5 have a big thing of characters having problems, and through the story and through your interactions, they grow and overcome those problems. Junpei never does. And while Persona 3 also has the thing of the characters don't generally grow through your interactions when they're not social links, the other characters grow. Ken grows, Yukari grows with or without you. As a character gets over the grudge she has, which again, don't want to spoil. Akihiko kind of grows a little, but he doesn't get much focus, honestly, outside of his connection to Shinjiro. But Junpei never grows as a character.
Yuka-tan, have you seen the posts on the student message board? You know how last week that girl
He's
was
an
found by the
insufferable
front gate?
prick from beginning to end.
Well, there's this rumor that it was an angry spirit from this one ghost story.
Hey, come on. Nobody believes that stuff. Right?
Oh wow, there's only a
So,
week till the next
what
full
is this
moon.
ghost
I
story
really
about?
need to step up the grinding.
What? It's probably made up, so why bother?
I'm interested. Go ahead and tell us.
It's like Yosuke has problems. Grows through his social link and through the story. Hiko, Chie...
Good evening. Welcome to Junpei's Believe It or Don't. There are many
Teddy,
strange things in this
Anji,
world.
Naoto, Rise.
According to one story, if you get caught at school late at night, you'll be devoured by a maniacal ghost.
It's
that
understandable
roams
for
the
someone to have an
halls.
irrational fear. If anything, the fear could feel more rational because she
Let's
fights
call
demons
him
every night.
He said to me, Junpei, I saw
It's like, hey,
something
shadows
strange."
exist, what if ghosts
He
also
sounded serious,
exist?
So I asked him what he'd seen. He said it was about the
The
girl
Ryuji, An,
He claims he saw her go into the
Yusuke,
school on the night of the
Makoto,
incident.
Mona,
I couldn't believe it.
Taba, Haru,
She's not the kind of girl
even
to be out at
Akechi.
night.
Everybody grows
But
throughout the
Shu
course
was
of the
as
story.
White as a sheet. He insisted
Junpei
it was
really
true.
doesn't. And maybe,
Man,
like,
it hit
I'd
me.
never really thought about
That
why
ghost must
I
have
dislike
tried to
Junpei more than
make her
anybody
its
else beyond the first
That's
full
why
moon.
They found her lying on the ground by the gate.
I hadn't really thought
Chill
about
run
that
down my spine,
before.
and I broke
But
into a
actually,
cold
like,
sweat.
sitting down and thinking about it and then putting it
Yes.
into words.
There are strange things
Yeah.
in this world. Believe it or don't.
I'm entirely on board with this reasoning.
What do you think, Akihiko?
I think it's worth investigating.
He's an insufferable,
I didn't know you
smug,
were afraid
arrogant
of
prick
ghosts,
who
Yuka-tan.
never
That's
gets the
kinda funny.
picture and never grows as a character.
Hey, watch it. Fine. Then let's investigate. We'll each ask around for
And
the
the
rest
minute
of the week.
Mitsuru becomes available,
I'll
I'm
prove
kicking
to
him
you
out of the
that
party.
this ghost story is just an urban legend.
I appreciate that. The story is a bit unnerving.
I'm gonna have to grind with him at some
Then
point,
I'll
though.
let you
Persona
guys
3 on like 4 or 5
Just make sure you
does
sleep with
force you into
Mara.
certain party configurations at some point. Alright. There's Yukari. Go upstairs. It's empty. Suru. Empty. Alright, Chansum. You know, I forgot you can go into the empty rooms. Can't do this in P3P. Where is Yukari? Is she upstairs? Oh hey, there's the Digital Devil Saga reference. Spy a seal I missed. Well, they both serve the same thing despite being different vending machines. No new recordings. Huh. Oh, she's over here. How you doing, Yukari? Okay. That deep research you're doing there, Yukari? With the monitor turned off? You're lying to me, Yukari. Alright, let's go hit the mall. At night. To the window to the mall. What up? Okay. Sure thing, lady. Alright, let's do some karaoke. Sang for hours and hours on 800 yen. Like, wow. Six days left until the full moon. We really need to hit up the grinding. Sweet. Courage upgrade and academics upgrade. Nice.
Good evening.
How'd you keep getting in my room?
I came to see you again as I promised. How are you?
Yeah, it'd be a lot better if you didn't keep coming in the middle of the night.
I'm glad you remembered me. Now, in another week, the moon will be full again.
Well, you know, I'm glad
Next
you're here,
ordeal will be
because
upon
without
you.
you, I wouldn't be able to
So be
tell the
careful.
phases of the moon. Stop teleporting around my bedroom.
I'll come again.
Hmm. Anyway. The next day... Oh, hey, you, Kara. You weren't already doing your best? Honestly, Yukari, I don't care. Oh god, am I actually expected to talk to people? The phrase Mono Suzamajiku also occurs in Getsu Monogatari. Don't know what that is. It's okay, I want to get the academic points. Let me in, or I'll blow your house down. I don't get what the point of that was. Anyway. Talk to these guys. Yeah, both of them should be ready to level up the ranks. You realise this isn't exactly private. Okay. Yeah, good luck, I guess. Realize how irresponsible it'd be of her to actually agree to it. Did she say yes? Are you sure you're not misunderstanding something here? Yeah, like you're probably misunderstanding something here. Oh well, it's another rank on my Magician Persona social link. Level 4! Yeah, okay. How am I friends with you?
Sup, dude?
Shut up. But you go to Tartarus on your own and get lost. Don't come back. But you study for your exams, Junpei. No, I don't really care. Set up for Tartarus. Gonna wait till the midnight hour. Alright, what do I got? What do I got? All of these have stuff I can use. Fire, ice and heal. Wind, electricity and heal. Fire, electricity and ice. Nice. Plus 10 at magic. Lilim is good. Lilim is good. Lilith is a persona that's a higher level persona. Often represented in the series as a naked snake-like woman with a snake. Except in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Or Shin Megami Tensei 1. There's been a bunch. Done a bunch of stuff today. Got a game over. That happened. Yum yum yum. Now let me see. What am I missing? I think that's everything. Ah, yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna call it here. We've done a good amount of stuff. It's good going back to this after not playing it since April. I took a look at the YouTube upload because most of the streams go up on YouTube afterwards, and I put the date on them of when they were originally streamed. And the last time we streamed Persona 3 was in April. That's crazy. That's like what, 4 months ago now? Yeah. It's good to go back to it. Remember some of its problems, progress further, remember exactly why I wanted to get the controllable party member mod. Welcome back, Chanson. Yeah, it's been good to come back to this. Don't know when we'll be back with this. After I get the controllable party member mod set up, because I really don't want to continue this game without it. It's gonna get worse. The next boss, it's a double fight, I think. Hitting weaknesses on the next boss is tricky. I remember that. I think they changed them. But it's something that I really want to have control over my party for. Yeah, the Love Hotel isn't the next one. The Love Hotel's the third one. The next one's Tartarus. Forgot about that. Completely forgot about Fuka. But yes, that's us for today. Yeah, and the Love Hotel. Oof. One thing I did like about this game over Persona 4, like Tartarus being the layout of the floors of Tartarus being randomized is fine. Tartarus exists primarily for grinding anyway. But having the full moon dungeons have a set layout is something I liked. It let them get a little more unique with them. Persona 4 having all of the dungeons have randomized layouts was, I feel like, kind of a downgrade from that. And I was happy that Persona 5 brought back set dungeon layouts, and Mementos was basically the Tartarus of that game. It let the world be a little more interesting. But yes, that's going to do us for tonight. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. That's Chansum, Ninja, Clem, Manda, John, popped in, say hi, Mew with the lurk, Why'd he bite me, and Suki Raito and Blap Blap for popping in and saying hi. I always really appreciate it. Chat is the best part of the stream, as I always say. Without the chat, honestly, what's the point? We'll be back tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, with Sonic 3 Complete as we continue the Sonic Marathon. So, look forward to that. That's going to be all of Sonic 3 Complete, which is a ROM hack of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles is 14 zones. I don't remember if Sonic 3 Complete adds zones back in that will cut out of that. So it's at least 14 zones. I'm going to be doing the Sonic and Tails run. And I'm going to have to work at getting the Chaos Emeralds through the Blue Sphere game. So that'll be fun, yay. Yeah, once again, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream, especially everybody who joined the chat. I always really appreciate it. Like, the chat is the best part of the stream, and I really appreciate you guys keeping me company. And back tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. I don't really think there's anything else to say. Yeah, you too, Chanson. Thanks for joining me, buddy. And keep me company through all this. Through the complaining and the bitching and the just rambling. I don't know when we'll be back with this. I want to get the controllable party member mod set up. So it might be a little while. But Sonic 3 Complete tomorrow. In the meantime, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Bye. Bye bye. 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 Bye-bye. Bye.